It was a €100 buy-in event, and it got an insane turnout of 3,967 entries with a €396k prize pool, and we got over €60,000 for first prize, which is absolutely wild for a €100 tournament. But here we are. So we're down to 9 players. Ace King in the small blind for Friedrich. It looks like he's got around 10 big blinds here, so it's just going to be an open jam for him. Don't want to get too tricky in these ICM spots where there's a lot of money on the line for every decision. The jump here between 9th and 8th is you go from €2,850 to €4,350, so each hand worth a lot of money, every chip in the pot worth a decent amount of money, so he elects to just go for a small raise. The problem with that is we're going to get peeled quite a lot, so you allow the big blind to just defend all of his kind of suited hands, a lot of his connecting hands, even some kind of like weaker ace-x that's in a tough spot versus a jam hand like ace-9 off. Might elect to just defend, and then we end up potentially missing out on a double up, and also just allowing all those other hands to realise their equity a bit there. So I prefer a jam there, but gets the job done, gets it through. So we've got a mixture of nationalities here, a couple of Austrians, a couple of Polish, a couple of Slovakians, guy from Ukraine, and a Serbia, C8. If you've not been to Banco Casino in Bratislava, definitely check it out. We're going to be giving away 2 tickets during the stream today. One is €110, 25k guaranteed, and one is €150 for a 50k guaranteed, both on this weekend at Banco. So stick around, and details coming up on how you can win those. Bunch of folds so far. I'm not sure who our chip leader is. Let's see. I just got sent the chips. Where are we? 45 million for Gregory in seat 1. Well, I might not necessarily be in seat 1 actually. No, he's not in seat 1. Let's just do a chip count order. Sorry about that. But Gregory was our chip leader. 45 million coming in. So over 55 big blinds for him, which is a very nice stack for a tournament like this. We lost here with the Jack-7 in the small blind, and he has got a very short stack, 5.3 million. Around 7 or 8 big blinds, so he's going to be looking for a double up as soon as possible. So if you do want to win those tickets, you're going to head over to the SpadePoker TV website. So that's spadepoker.tv, and there is a button you can click there. So if you go to the website, you'll see a yellow button saying join SpadePoker TV players. So if you click that button, sign up, fill out your details there, and you are in the mix for seats, which is nice. Nice couple of free rolls, great tournaments. I mean, Banco really crushing European poker. They run these kind of relatively small buy-ins, big fields, big guarantee festivals and tournaments just all the time, like every couple of weeks, at least once a month there's something massive on. There's the Slovak series of poker coming up next month, which is I think a 250k guaranteed main event, 400k guaranteed for the festival. There's going to be a high roller. There was a high roller this week as well. I'm not sure what the buy-in was, but yeah, a bunch of these amazing guarantees, amazing tournaments, and great city as well. Bratislava is absolutely an amazing city, so awesome place to spend a week, hang out on and off the table. And yeah, massive casino, very, very friendly staff. You can get deals on hotels. If you play 6 cash game hours a day, you're eligible for a free hotel room for the night. They give They do food during the tournaments, discounts on everything, all sorts of rake back for cash games. Really, really lovely place. I'm looking forward to getting back out there. So Friedrich here in the cutoff, going for the min raise off a 10 big blind stack. Again, just like another spot where we just want to be shoving, really. You don't really gain anything here by min raising. You're not really inducing worse hands behind to shove. You want protection against the big blind defending his like 7-8 suited. You don't want to just open ace queen off, get the big blind defending 7-8 suited, and then you're stuck with a 2 SPR on the flop. So yeah, a couple of spots to just shove instead of going for the min raise there. But here we are, there's some chip counts for you. So we've got quite a few short stacks. Over half the final table has got 12 big blinds or less, so could see some pretty fast action here, which is what we like. Great jacket, seat 3. Hope you watched this back, but absolutely love that jacket. I'd like to know where you got it from. Jack 4 off under the gun, no thank you. King deuce suited. This one has the potential to be an open if you're covering the rest of the table and everybody behind you is very, very short. These kind of suited kings that have a decent blocker, 2 jams and to the top of your opponent's range, and the players behind you, they become very, very good opens. Like a lot of your offsuit ace-x and your suited kings make it in there in ICM spots when you're the bigger stack covering everybody. A7 off in the hijack now for Friedrich. Now this is one I can get behind a min raise. We've tripped up a little bit, 13 bigs. We don't necessarily want to open jam our whole continuing range for 13 big blinds. And he's got a nice blocker here. Not too many players to get through, just got to get it through the cut-off. The button, the small blind, the big blind, they're all relatively short as well. So everybody's going to be looking to be kind of 3-bet jamming or folding pre-flop. So when people aren't going to be calling the open very much, it makes these blockers much more relevant. So having an ace is massive here when short stacks are in play. So he might elect to go for another min raise. Does just let it go, which I am also fine with, completely fine with that. Like ace7 off, ace6 off, they're kind of really your worst ones. No connectivity, no potential to make a straight, anything like that. But the ace is the powerhouse in this game. King 10 suited in the cutoff, that is an insanely tight fold for 5 big blinds, just way too tight. That's a slam dunk jam. Absolutely fist pumping it there if I find that hand with 5 big blinds. Jack deuce suited on the button, playing 20 bigs, and he's just getting a count there of the stacks. I can't see. I'm not sure what these purple chips are. I'm guessing the 500k. $500k red. So potentially a 1 million chip there, the purple. And the whites, I believe, are 100. Small blind 9-8 off, going for the jam. I'm assuming we cover the big blind here. Yeah, looks like we cover it massively. He's got also a very short stack, 5 or 6 million. Queen 5 suited, yeah, gross, but I like the fold. We got a couple of short stacks left at the table. Not doing super well, not really dominating anything with the Queen 5 suited. Maybe the odd Jack 5 suited or something that we dominate from the small blind. But I like that shove, putting pressure on the smaller stacks there. So when you're at a final table or in an ICM situation, it's really important to be putting pressure on shorter stacks whenever you're a bigger stack than somebody else, especially like the all-in pressure of, do you want to call it off for your tournament life or not, buddy? That king, can't go over that king 10 suited fold, to be honest. What are we waiting for, buddy? Cut off. 3 players to get through, suited broadways. I mean, no more to be said. Recognise this guy with the glasses, with the fun glasses. I feel like I've perhaps commentated on a stream with him on before, or played with him in Bratislava, but I guess that's also possible. Gregory here, your man with the chip lead, finds the pocket 4s. Chip lead, but only 45 big blinds, not huge by any means, and you know, one misstep against somebody with a kind of middling stack and it's all to play for. So free trip with the king queen off. Tough spot. +3. I think we're just a bit too early, and it's versus too early a position here to be getting involved. Too many players behind, too many stacks shorter than us. We're also dominated basically every single time we shove and get called. Calling not really an option in this kind of middle of nowhere, so I think we're just going to elect to fold this one. Quite strong, but you make so much money folding at final tables, especially with very, very short stacks. Like, he can fold here, get a couple of ladders, and he's made like 4,000 or 5,000 euros for his €100 buy-in. So, yeah, correct fold there. King 10 off on the button, same story. Doesn't look like he got the memo though. Another Gregor, or Gregor, this one. There's a lot of tough names here, so give me a break when if I absolutely butcher all of them. There's about one or two I'm definitely going to get right, and the rest of them are really up for debate. Ace Queen off in the big blind, 10 bigs, 2 stacks, 2 short stacks, sorry, 2 players in the hand before us, and one of them being the chip leader. The king, the flat on the button is never going to be particularly strong. You're only really worried about him trapping a hand like aces, but when you have an ace in your hand, you can kind of rule out a lot of the possibility of that being the case. So loving this shove, correct play, and then the fours is just going to be an easy fold. The big blind's getting such a great price to defend. When it's gone open and cool, he can just flick in 1 million and he's getting like 6 or 7 to 1. So you can rule out a lot of hands that would be flatted normally when you're facing a shove. So this is going to be always towards the very top of his range. So gets it through both of them. Nice chip up there for our man Casper. So well played, Casper. Gets that one through. Pretty standard though. It's always nice in a situation where the stacks are so close and the average is so shallow, like getting those 5 or 6 big blinds is just absolutely huge. So everybody's locked up 2,855 euros at the moment and got 60,250 euros for first, so absolutely huge prizes for a €100 tournament. I mean, you could win a €100 tournament for 2,850 euros. So the possibility to play for 60,000 is just absolutely crazy. And you can see, like, these tournaments, they just draw a huge number of recreational players from all over Europe. It's so accessible. It's 40 minutes on a train from Vienna. Slovakia, Bratislava's got its own local airport. You can fly to Vienna, you can fly to Bratislava, and you can be there in no time from pretty much anywhere. You're close to Prague, close to Budapest. It's just amazing. Beautiful location, super green city. There's nothing not to love. Pretty low cost of living too, which is really great. I've spent a lot of time in Slovakia, in Bratislava specifically in the past. I'm looking forward to getting back out there for some tournaments this summer. Definitely going to be making a trip over. Perhaps for the SSOP, I think, in a couple of weeks' time. Slovak series. Queen Jack off, going for the raise, which I like. Using these double blockers, this is absolutely fine. When everybody behind you is really short and in their push fold mode, you're blocking ace queen, ace jack, queens, jacks. Like, it's just a nice hand to be opening with, and pretty easy one to fold versus shove as well. Down to 6 big blinds now on the button. Ace 9 suited, really tough spot here. This hand's going to be good. The hand is going to be good a lot versus the open. There's a decent amount of money in there. The problem is you just don't have any fold equity whatsoever, so you're pretty much guaranteed to be running the board out. And although ace 9 suited can be ahead when you get it in a lot of the time, or flipping against pairs, like, do you really want to be in that situation when there's 3 or 4 short stacks around, or are you going to be happier looking for open jam spots? And that's, I think, the correct play there. Again, like, we're just looking for those open jam spots instead, where you've got more fold equity. Like, if he's open jamming the button there for 6 bigs, then it's completely different. The blinds still have a bunch of hands they're going to fold, but, you know, there's just nothing that under the gun +1 is going to fold once he's put 2.4 bigs in. And we are going to be dominated sometimes as well. Like, he's obviously going to have all the kind of ace 10 plus in his range, offsuit and suited. So yeah, nice fold, definitely on the borderline. I think ace 10 suited, we probably got to go with it there. because he's going to be opening a lot of suited ace-x as well from early positions, so we just want to dominate a few more. And ace-10 retains equity a lot better as well. The ace-9 doesn't make anywhere near as many straights or anything. There's a big drop-off in equity between ace-10 and ace-9 against the kind of range you get it all in against. Not sure about this one here, Polish name, Maciej, I guess. I guess it's like Polish for Matthew. Apologies. Oh, that was absolutely, definitely butchered that one, so really sorry. If you just get in here, thanks for joining us. This is the final table of the Polish poker champs in Bratislava, Slovakia, Banco Casino. It was just a €100 buy-in, but it got an absolutely massive field, almost 4,000 runners, 396k prize pool, 60 grand up top, which is obviously wild for that kind of money. And we are giving away some tickets during the stream. 2 live tickets. One is a 110 to a 25k guaranteed, and the other is a 150 to the 50k guaranteed. Both tournaments this weekend at Banco. So information. I'll be like periodically mentioning how you can win that, but if you go to SpadePoker.tv, it's pretty straightforward. There's a big yellow button, you click, you join, you sign up, and you're in the draw for the 2 tickets. A9 suited and small blind, going to be probably calling here. No reason to really raise against the chip leader. Our hand does well as a kind of call, and it retains a lot of equity, and it's kind of easy to continue a lot of boards out of position. Even it's a relatively easy hand. You don't want to really raise fold this one, but it does go for the raise, gets it through against 5 high. But yeah, I think we're kind of happier to just peel that one. Overall playing pretty fast, which is nice. There's the SSOP there, advertised at the bottom of your screen at the moment. So €250 main event with a 250k guaranteed, absolutely huge. Really great structures as well. So it's going to be a big festival, that one. There's going to be a high roller too. Yeah, it's a great week of poker. Really easy, really cheap to get to. Great accommodations around the city. Loads of rakeback deals from Banco, so head down there. Do not miss it. Jack 10 off in the hijack for our 6 big blinds. Seems like the play to me. Not loving it, but we still got some fold equity here. You are shoving into 2 of the bigger stacks on the button and in the small blind, which is a bit of a shame because they're going to be able to kind of call a little bit wider than everybody else, and they can afford to make the call without having their entire stack at risk. But get it through the cutoff so far. 9-6 suited is going to be folding the button. So now what do we have in the blinds, gentlemen? Ace deuce soft, no thank you. 6-4 off in the big blind, no. Jack 10 going to be taking this one down and getting a huge chip up. Gains almost like 50% of his stack just by getting that shove through, which is insanely big. He's like the real $/euro value of that pot is massive for him. It's probably 1,000 or maybe a couple of thousand euros just in that pot right there. Absolutely wild. You can work it out. The way ICM works is if you add all the remaining money in the prize pool together, then add all the chips in the prize chips in the tournament together, divide the euros by the amount of chips, and you have a dollar value for each chip. Simple. You can't do that in regular play. That's how ICM is different to Chip EV. Chip EV is completely different because you're not eligible to win money early in the tournament Like, you've just started a tournament, there's all of the field left, your chips aren't worth anything because there's no money to be won yet, there's no money to be won for a long, long time. So the chips are worth a very, 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 very minimal amount of money, close to zero. But when you're in this spot, you're guaranteed money. And each pay jump, all in for me here. Doesn't look like he's gonna reach the same conclusion though, just going for the min raise. So we've seen quite a lot of min raising here off kind of stacks we don't really want to be min raising off. A lot of these hands, like these strong suited Broadway hands, are always strong enough to just jam and try to win the pot pre-flop and then have your equity as a backup. There aren't very many situations where you're going to raise fold a hand like this heads up for 11 big blinds. You just kind of leave yourself in some awkward situations against big blind defending, basically, or players behind you with bigger stacks like chip leader on the button and another big stack in the cutoff. Both of them are able to just kind of flat if they feel like it, and that can leave you in some very tricky spots. King queen suited in the big blind. Interesting. I mean, if this was like if the opener was a very strong reg, I'd be much more worried, shall we say, about his range. But I think knowing that the openers are recreational, I'd be quite happy to jam this one. But we're obviously at least defending. I think you could really flip a coin between all in and call here. Both are legit plays. It looks like it's just electing for the call. And so we're going to see a flop. And now we might get to see why raising a hand like ace-jack suited becomes a problem here. Like, you could just whiff a flop and then suddenly you're stuck with an awkward SPR. Yeah, like this. Like, this board in theory is really good for our range. King-high boards massively favour the opener compared to the big blind. The big blind has so much more, you know, like 10-8 suited and stuff that's just completely bricked flop, and opener has a lot of the strong king 10, king jack, king queens and stuff like that. So he's going to want to c-bet here, but it leaves a really awkward SPR, 5.7 million in the pot, and we've only got 9 million behind, so it's super awkward. Going for like a relatively big size as well, 2.2 million, so it's over 1/3. I think like 1 million to 1.2 million does exactly the same job here. If the big blind does have a hand like 7-6 suited or 8-9 suited or whatever, just betting one big blind or 20% of the pot achieves exactly the same thing. He's not going to be check raising at this depth, he's not going to be floating wide at this depth. You're just putting more money in against top pair a lot of the time here with this kind of bet size. So we've seen a good example of why shoving pre is the play, but also if we do get to this spot, then we're definitely sizing down. In ICM situations, you tend to just use much smaller sizes than you would in chip EV spots. In almost all situations, you just use much smaller sizes because there's so much more pressure on people to play kind of relatively more face up. And I like this. I like to just trap this hand. Once we get here, we're really not worried about anything. Obviously an ace is a bad card, but other than that, we have the absolute effective nuts. We kind of want our opponent to put it all in with his kind of worst hands on the turn. He might have some kind of misfire where he shoves a hand like pocket tens on the turn, or you know, he can have his ace fives, he can have worse king x, and if we do check shove the flop, it looks insanely strong because we're never check shoving a 5 or a deuce and there's no draws, so we effectively are just like, yes, I have a king. So I like this call. Interesting what king queen suited would have done pre-flop facing a shove. Very, very close, really super close spot. Honestly, absolutely disgusting. I think he probably has to fold with a couple of stacks on like less than 10 big blinds. I think he does have to fold, but it would have been really interesting to see what he would have done. But we're here now, so we pick up a gut shot on the turn with the ace jack. King queen still very much the best hand. Goes check on the turn, and now it's kind of like very face up that Grigory doesn't really have a strong hand here. All of his king x wants to barrel turn, everything. Maybe something like ace king of hearts specifically might check back the turn, but other than that, like, there are very few combos now that king queen is behind. So I think we're just seeing all in on the river. There's not really any smaller bet size here. That is a 0.7 SPR. He's just going for the tiny block, trying to get looked up by some kind of worse pairs. Don't hate it at all. Personally, I'm just all in because I think those pairs are in really exactly the same situation versus a jam and versus a small bet. But yeah, nice hand there. And his name, which evades me, Radovan. Our man there with the king queen suited, Radovan, gets it through, and he's chipped up nicely since joining this final table. He started with about 8 million. 12 million, he started with 12 million, so he's chipped up nicely. And Gregory taking a little bit of a hit. He came into the final table with 13 mil, and he's down to 7 or 8 mil now, so really strongly in the danger zone. A couple of guys nursing very short stacks. Nothing for anybody so far. Still nothing. Yeah, 9-3 off, just to fold. Or not. I mean, I get it that we're chip leader and we cover both these guys, but the big blind has so few chips that you're effectively committing yourself versus him with 9-3 off, and you're playing. You want to make money by obviously people busting. You want to put pressure on, but the big blind is going to be forced in by the small blind every single time, so the outcome is basically exactly the same, and you just don't need to risk the chips on such a kind of shallow final table where one swing makes a huge difference. Like if you just get it all in for 3.5 bigs there and lose, which you're effectively signing up for with 9-3 off, you have so little equity against everything. If you lose that, you end up dropping down the chip count a couple of places and putting yourself right back in the middle of the pack, which is just not what you want to be doing. Like, I get it, you're on the button and you're chip leader, but it doesn't mean you have 100% VPIP, especially with the big blind having a basically any two, almost an any two stack. Even queen 7 off is like insanely close there. A6 off +2, not good enough. Not these middle stacks. The middle stacks are the ones that are forced into being the tightest out of everybody, because they want the short stacks to bust around them, and they're opening themselves up to being pressured by bigger stacks and being out of position. So a man with the cool glasses finding a playable hand. Ace 10 suited, standard open, Jack 10 off, just going to be a fold. Just dominated far too much by a load of the opening range. Like, as you can see, here's a prime example. Just absolutely dominated by this exact opening. This is at holding, and Jack 10 just not making enough strong hands and not deep enough to continue on all the streets as well. Finally committing those last 3 big blinds with the ace 8 suited, and obviously we're going to be getting it in, and it's domination nation. So we could see our first player busting here. If he doesn't find an 8 or some diamonds, we'll be down to 8, and everybody making, like, everybody else at the final table is kind of making 1,500 euros just if he busts it. So, you know, folding is definitely your friend in these ICM situations. No help so far. Backdoor flush draw and a backdoor to a chop. Ooh, gets there on the turn with the 8, but it does give the club redraw. Jack of hearts on a river, no good. So does double up. Stays alive. Up to 8.6 big blinds. Everybody else absolutely not loving that. I can tell you that much. But that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Not happy at all, is he? You man. Those glasses aren't going to hide the disappointment. And it's understandable, you know, it's a tiny pot, I get it, it's 3 big blinds, but at a final table where the average stack is like 20 bigs or less, 25 bigs maybe maximum, every pot really matters. There was a lot of real money in that pot right there. So understandable disappointment, but this is poker and you can't let these things get to you. If you let every single hand you lose get you down or get you into a negative state of mind, then you're just never going to get anywhere in this game. You have to just brush those hands off every single time they happen. You just have to be like, okay, that's okay. Because sometimes you're going to be the guy with the ace-8 and you're going to hit an 8 and you're going to be like, sweet. But you can't celebrate that if you're not going to realise that sometimes you're going to lose it too. Like, it is the game. It is very much the way the game works. Ace-10 off again. Oh, wait, sorry. Ace-10 off, full stop, under the gun. 8.4 big blinds, definitely going to be good enough to shove. We don't love it, but there's no other choice. This hand is far too strong to fold. If we had something like 11, 12 big blinds, we could start considering folding, but he's basically joint last here. The blockers are too good. The hand has too much equity against pairs. And we do get some, like, potentially ace-jack to fold in these kind of these other early positions as well. Like if you shove under the gun, and under the gun +1 has 15 bigs, I don't think we're getting ace-jack off in there at all, so even ace-queen is like hating it. So yeah, standard shove, but he has run into the jacks of the chip leader, so I think we just see a rejam here, and then obviously see what everybody else has behind, but we could be off to our second all-in a row. Does rejam? Oh, it goes for the call. Goes for the call. The thing is with the call is I think we're a little bit too shallow to be really folding to anybody behind, because the biggest stack behind is like 25 big blinds. Everybody else has less than that, so really Jax just wants to shove and get those folds from a hand like King Queen suited in the big blind, or even Ace Queen off behind has to fold to a jam. So I think jamming has a little bit more merit than calling. I mean, both look very, very strong, but you do gain a little bit of EV just by getting some of those hands to fold. Ace-9 suited in the cutoff. A fold, not sure what we're waiting for here. Really easy fold. Yeah, it does eventually fold. And on the backs, so 3 outs for the ace-10. Not looking good, but we've seen it all before. We've seen it just last hand. David, our man at risk with the ace-10. I mean, this is a huge pot as well, all things considered. I know it's crazy that he's all in for 8 bigs and this is a huge pot, but it really is massive. It puts him like 3rd in chips if he wins this. So big sweat for everybody. And Gregory will be our overwhelming chip leader if he can hold here with jacks. 1 card to come, so far so good. Eight on the river, no help. See you later. Unfortunate, well played, but that is the way it goes sometimes, and we are down to 8 players, so leaving us in 9th place, David, for €2,855. Everybody now locked up €4,350, so a nice little payday so far. Not bad to make £4 for a week's work, for a week's work. And it looks like we're potentially going on a break after that. There are your remaining chip counts. We've got a 4 big, 8 big. A couple of these guys have made a little bit of progress now. 50 bigs for the chip leader, so we will see what happens when we're back from the break. See you in about 15 or 20 minutes. We're back. So we had a redraw. I think it was like maybe an official final table of 8. But we are here now. Ready to get back in the mix. See who's going to take home this €60,000 first prize. Absolutely massive. €100 buy-in. Not every day you get to play for a prize like that in a tournament like this, but Banco do have them often. Opportunities galore to earn yourself a nice bankroll just in one tournament. All you got to do is beat 4,000 other people. Simple. So we are down to 8. Everybody locked up about €4,200. And if you want to get down to Banco Casino and play a couple of tournaments, we are giving away some tickets on the stream. If you head over to SpadePoker.tv, on the website there's a yellow button. It says join SpadePoker. If you do that, you'll be eligible to win a €110 ticket to a 20k guaranteed tournament and a €150 ticket to a 50k guaranteed tournament, both happening this weekend at Banco Casino in Bratislava. Super accessible for everybody in Europe. So absolutely no excuses. It's just down the road from Vienna, just down the road from Budapest, just down the road from Prague. 2-hour flight from the UK. Super cheap return flights, very cheap accommodation, cheap cost of living, great food, very friendly people, amazing casino, awesome games, cash games running all the time during series. So yeah, head on down. If you haven't been there already, highly recommend it. So we have a redraw, so you might think everybody's sitting in a different seat than they were before, and that's because they are. It's a complete redraw, but obviously we still got some short stacks in play. There was 2 or 3 guys below 10 big blinds, and chip leader was around 40 bigs. So I do expect to see some action here. We've already had that one bust out. Ace 10 against Jack's no good, and we had Ace 8 suited all in against Ace 10. Ace 8 suited all in against Ace 10 suited, and the Ace 8 got there the hand before. Kingies under the gun for our chip leader Gregory, who also had the Jacks against the Ace 10. Blinds, big blind 1 million. So he's our chip leader there with 50 big blinds. Everybody else is on considerably less. I think the next stack is somewhere around 25 mil. So yeah, big lead for him. Folds round to Gregory in the hijack, who missed an open jam spot earlier with the Ace Jack suited, left himself in a tough situation, and now finds himself very short, and having to fold this versus the under the gun open. Those suited broadways look so appealing, but he's just absolutely crushed by pretty much everything that Gregory opens under the gun, other than those kind of weak pocket pairs. He's just opening Ace X broadways himself. So yeah, Queen 10 suited not doing any good with no fold equity there, so nice lay down. I think we'll see defend here. First hand we've seen this man play. Let me just grab his name. See if I can butcher this. Finds the fold. Don't hate it at all. I mean, our hand is probably good enough to VP it, but I don't hate it with everybody, or a few players around you I should say, being so short. I can definitely appreciate not wanting to be involved at all. Like, yeah, he's got kind of 16, 17 big blind stack, it's playable hand, and you're going to flop a decent amount of equity, but do you really want to flop like a gut shot on a flush draw and get it all in against an overpair, or something similar? Do you want to call down 2 streets on top pair? Unlikely. So I'm a fan of the nittier fold there. Can't be too tight. I mean, you do still have to defend your big blind sometimes. You can't just especially let the chip leader kind of run wild. You do have to defend sometimes, but I'm on board with that nittier fold. There's the 50k advertised at the bottom of the screen there, so that's one of the tickets we're giving away today. So SpadePoker.tv, you can enter the giveaway over there. 2 tickets to be won, 2 different tournaments. Don't miss it. Free roll, free money. Ace 4 off in the cutoff, 6 big blinds. Finds the fold. Oh, sorry, with 10-9 and Ace 4 in the cutoff. Finds the fold for 6 bigs. I would imagine that the Ace 4 is probably a jam. I'm not 100% certain, but I am 70% to 75% sure that Ace 4 is a jam there for 6 big blinds. The Ace is so powerful. We still have fold equity. If you fold one more orbit, you're not going to really have any fold equity when it gets to those button cut-off hijack spots. Like, you do have to put your chips in at some stage, and the Ace-X blocker is massive. You're going to be ahead of some hands that call, you're blocking a bunch of hands that want to call, you're blocking those strong pairs. You have 30% against even kings, 30% equity, so I would have liked to shove there. 7 deuce off in the small blind, raising into the chip leader. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. Do I really have to say that this is a complete dust? Because it is a massive, massive dust. Like, it just makes no sense to fold the 10-6 suited versus the under the gun, but then open 7 deuce off for no reason. Like, this is absurd. Really not a good play whatsoever. Goes for a c-bet, which gets called by basically nothing worse either. Like, sure, maybe ace 5 calls, that's about it, but definitely going to be defending the king 7, so he's absolutely dominated here. Now what's the plan? Check, check. Check, and Gregory says, I don't believe that you have anything. I think my 7 is good. Going for some value. Probably going to get it as well. Yeah, don't know what to say, that's complete dust. Just absolutely no reason to do that. Like, folding the 10-6 suited makes... I thought, oh, okay, kind of maybe reggy guy understands that he's supposed to fold tight because everybody's... There's a few people shorter than him, ICM, but then he just decides to raise the 7 deuce off out of the small blind. Don't get it, but whatever. Not the first time I've seen something weird commentating one of these final tables. Dust. Back to it, maybe some rational hands coming up. Ace 9 suited, all in under the gun +1, 5 big blinds, standard, great hand to do it with, good blockers, good equity. Jack 10 off, what are we doing? This is a fold, all day long, good, 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 good. The 7 deuce off play gets rewarded with ace king suited the next hand. Gets it in dominating shape here against the ace 9. So we're going to need nine or some clubs, otherwise we are going to see our 8th place finisher, Gregory, taken to the rail for €4,350. If Vitaly does hold, if not, flop me, dealer. Oh, is that a 9? It's an 8. Oh, it's an 8. That was close. No clubs either, no backdoor sweat, just a 9 or a 9 only, a 10 or a 7. Queen gives us a little bit. I don't know, Queen makes the ace king a backdoor straight, so just a 9. 9 or a 9 only, otherwise we're going to be down to 8. Should have jammed the ace jack suited, buddy. G Gregory, 8th place finisher, takes home €4,350. Still not a terrible result at all for a €100 buy-in. Not bad at all, but you see the disappointment there. It is always soul crushing to bust these tournaments with huge first places for these what feels like a completely meager payout at the time. You're like, damn, there was 60k up top and I got £4,000. It's, you know, it could be a bit frustrating, but it is what it is. That is the nature of tournament poker. Bit of a chip up there for Vitaly. Now he's up to about 20 bigs, which is just around what he started the final table with, to be honest. But everybody now guaranteed €6,750. So a nice kind of £2,500 pay jump there for that last one. And then 6th place getting almost €10,000. So after our next player's bust, then we get into the real kind of fun money. And then laddering up towards that 60k first prize. Going to be a lot of action along the way to get there. Pair of 10s, 20 big blinds. Blinds up now, 600k, 1.2 million. So 20 big blinds and a hijack. Obviously just going to be an open, this one. Jack 9 suited in the cutoff, should just be a fold. King Jack in the big blind, close one, versus the hijack. Tempting hand to jam pre-flop for 9 bigs, but I think we're happy to just defend this one. We don't want to get called by those like everything better calls and everything worse folds versus a jam, so we don't really gain anything by jamming, whereas defending we get to keep in like King 9 suited, King 8 suited, King 10 offsuit, stuff like that, Queen Jack off, those hands that we have dominated where we can then just kind of flop a pair and get it in with a much better edge. If we jam pre-flop we're just kind of flipping at best. So I think we just see a defend. Yeah. Casper, our man Casper, seems to be playing pretty solid. Boom. King high, obviously would have got snapped off pre-flop by the 10s, but great flop for the King Jack now. We've got the King of Diamonds as well, so a nice bit of backup. Also got the Jack for the backdoor straight draw. 10's going to come in for a c-bet, pretty standard on this board. Don't need to go big at all. Again, it's like we said earlier, like everything that's going to fold that we get protection against just folds to a small size. So there's no need to bomb it here, but it does. That looks like a pretty chunky bet to me. It looks like about 4 million. 4.1 perhaps. Yeah, 4.1 million. Which is a bit on the big side. Tens now in a world of pain, facing effectively a min-raise all-in. There are just too many flush draws. When we have 10s with no diamond, there are just too many hands that are just 2 diamonds that we're ahead of to consider folding. Wow, he does fold. I mean, yeah, I don't love that play. If we're gonna bet that size on the flop to then fold to basically a min-raise all-in, that seems absurd to me. I can understand folding if we go for like a 20% pot or a 15% pot bet, but yeah, betting that size and then folding, you're just getting such a great price against those flush draws, and potentially even like like ace 9 or something like that that just knows it can't improve. wants to kind of take the risk that you don't have a king. Like ace-9 doesn't want to just check call there on the flop and then face a real tough decision on like a jack or a 10 or a queen or a diamond on the turn. Ace-9's good enough to just kind of go with versus the c-bet, so not a fan of that fold from 10s at all. Definitely too big on the flop to fold. But nice chip up for Casper, he's going to be loving that, probably up to somewhere close to 20 big blinds now. Obviously it was the right fold with 10s and we saved like 4 or 5 million chips, but that is not the point, ladies and gentlemen. Not the point at all. Ace King for Vitali again. Not long after eliminating somebody with the very same hand. Just going to be opening this one. Min raise seems fine. It's about 16 big blinds. Open jam wouldn't be horrible, to be honest, with the way the stacks are. Wouldn't be the end of the world at all. We've seen people very reluctant to put all of their chips in pre-flop so far. As an open jam anyway. I've seen a couple of spots where people took a kind of min raise where it was a relatively clear jam, but it is what it is. King 7 off on the button, just get a big fold obviously. Gets it through so far. Jack deuce off in the big blind. Ah man, there in the big blinds, down to 3 bigs again. He missed the jam earlier with the king 10 suited. Very, very necessary jam he missed there, but pressure gets to people sometimes. Seen it before. You know, quite a lot of money on the line relative. I mean, to some of you maybe 60k is not that much, but obviously if you're playing a €100 buy-in, it's massive. There's no way of looking about it. Imagine winning a 1k tournament for 600 grand. It's absolutely huge. It's a huge number of buy-ins, and that's what matters. So it's understandable that, you know, this kind of money is going to play on people's minds sometimes. The pressure might get to them, but you can't let it get to you. You know, you gotta just continue to try and make the right decisions. If you're constantly trying to avoid busting by folding too much, that means you're never going after the chips. You're never going after progress. You're never adding to your stack. You're never aggressively trying to take money from other people, and you're not building your stack enough in order to win tournaments. To win that, you're never going to win that 60k by just folding your way there. It just doesn't work like that. You have to battle your way. And you have to be aggressive. You have to put your foot down sometimes. You cannot just fold your way to a tournament win. Ace Queen in the cutoff for Casper. Facing the open. It's less than 20 big blinds. It's a relatively big open. It's like a 2.6, 2.7x open, but the hand is far too strong in these positions, so this is just going to be an all-in. I'm pretty sure he knows this. Strikes me as a pretty reggy player. Ooh. Guys, come on. That's just insanely tight. Like, these ace queen, ace king hands are the massive hands that are found on the table. They have so much more value than a pair because of the blocker effect. Like, if somebody's opening pocket 8 and facing a 20 big blind jam, they are absolutely hating life, and they're the hands that they probably the good hands that they potentially end up folding. Whereas, so when you have a hand like ace queen that blocks the hands they call with, aces, like, having an ace king queen is massive, blocking the top of their range, and the hands they call off with are ace king, ace queen suited, and then like aces, kings, queens. Those are the hands that raise call in ICM situations. So having like pocket 9s and jamming is far worse than having ace queen, because you don't block anything good. You don't block them having kings, queens, aces, ace king. Like, you just end up getting it in as a flip and praying that they fold. Whereas ace queen, you have very, very strong blockers and a very strong hand against like pocket jacks, pocket 10s, ace jack suited. You can be ahead. You can get called by a hand you're ahead of sometimes. If somebody doesn't fully understand ICM, they can just raise call ace jack suited there. That was a very, very tight fold at these effective stack sizes. I get it, there's a 3 big blind stack, so everybody's kind of trying to outlast that, but you know, if you wait too long for spots like that, you end up just being down to 10 bigs by the time the guy busts, or even less than 10 bigs by the time the guy busts, and then suddenly you're up next. You can go from being second, third, fourth in chips, or you fold that spot and then the short stack doubles up. Like, there's too many variables to just fold everything just because there's a short stack. You do have to be a lot tighter, you have to be a lot more considerate of what you get it in with, but some hands and some spots are just too good, too strong to avoid. So we're going to see, ooh, kings behind, so we are going to see an all-in. Obviously kings, I think, is just going to jam here, and then ace 10 is going to get out of the way and fold. Kings does not go for the jam. I'm trying to get a bit trappy here. Another spot where, like, in Chippy V I understand this, but in ICM, kings, you want protection. You really want to go heads up with that dead money in the pot. You don't want to invite somebody in who's in position to you, who you can potentially bust to later. So like you just call the 3 million here now, and now the player behind is going to call. The ace 10 is just never going to fold, because it's a tiny raise. It's like 600k more. Yep, so he is in, and now we're playing a 3-way pot with kings at a super shallow SPR, and it, you know, if it does come ace high, it's an absolute disaster and a very, very tough spot to play out of position. And I think kings just wants to lock up the money pre-flop, jam, get the ace x hands to fold behind, because you're folding out like 30% equity. See, ace 10 has 27% equity here, which is massive. In a situation like this, that is absolutely huge. Kings just wants to jam and protect against those hands. It's worked out relatively well for him here. I mean, it's come 10 high, so ace 10's just got top pair, top kicker. So it's going to be really tough for Friedrich to get away from this, but our man with the 9s. It's going to be absolutely loving life with the 9s here. Just watching this hand play out, thinking don't come queen jack or something like along those lines, but other than that, beautiful spot for Miloš. And Maciej with the kings fires out a bet around half pot. This is already, you can see even now, like with this pre-flop action, Radovan with the ace 10 is very suspicious of what's going on here. He's trying to work out what hands want to overcall the all-in and then suddenly just lead on a 10 high board when he has a 10 in his hand. There aren't very many hands. Like, I mean, is he doing this for something like queen jack suited? Potentially. King queen? Probably not. Any ace highs? Almost certainly not. Any under pairs? also no. Maybe a hand like Jack 10 suited. Thought it was just too small pre-flop to get away from. 2.5 bigs. Potentially, can see it. Wow, amazing fold. Very, very disciplined and a great understanding of the situation. Really has just nailed it there. Absolutely nailed it. Love that. Love that. Great fold with the ace 10. Absolutely top class fold. Well done, sir. He's worked it out well. He's really sussed out the situation there. There's just nothing in this range that we beat. There's just nothing in this range that isn't a super nutted hand like aces or kings. It's just almost two face up. And there's a dry side pot as well, so he's just betting into he's betting to win 0. The kings is just leading into a dry side pot because if he can't beat the player that's all in, then he wins nothing. Like he wins absolutely nothing by betting. So absolutely top draw fold there, Radovan. Big fan of that one. Well done. And Milos finding the triple up or more. Triple up plus the blinds and the antes, absolutely huge. So he's going to go from 3 bigs to about 12 bigs now. Unfortunately, making great folds don't win you chips. But it is all part of poker. You know, if you can make these massive laydowns when things just don't seem right, you know, when it just seems too obvious, too much like I've seen this spot before and it's always the nuts. We've all been there. We all have that kind of intuition. And if you can make those disciplined folds, it will get you a long way. It's a dollar saved is a dollar earned, as the saying goes. Classy. Very classy play. Stacks evening out slightly. We don't have anybody super short right now, I don't think. Need to take a look at the chip counts when we get the opportunity, but I don't think anybody's in that kind of 3, 4, 5 big blind range anymore. I think we're down to kind of 10, 11 bigs being the shortest stack now. Ace 3 suited, open it under the gun. Good hand selection. Those suited aces just play so well. Excellent blockers. Play really well versus big blind defense. Although not this exact hand. And I think we're just seeing all in here. It's like 15, 16 big blinds effective, so no need to 3-bet not all in. What do I know? Effectively a min raise. It was an open to 2.8 mil and now a free bet to 5.7 mil, so literally pretty much just a click back. Which kind of like for the same reasons as the hands we saw earlier wanting to open jam pre-flop, I'm not a massive fan of this because you just allow those hands that have good equity against a hand like this. Like his opens are going to be a lot of like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, pocket 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 7s, suited ace X. Like those hands are all just allowed to basically realise their equity for free or for very, very cheap in position. And ace king is a hand that's not impenetrable nuts. You know, it's going to miss. You're going to miss the flop a lot. Like this, it's a very, very tough hand to play out of position. And you're just leaving yourself a super awkward SPR when you could just jam pre-flop, get him to fold a bunch, win the pot, on to the next hand. Like it's one of those hands. I understand this with like aces or kings where you want him to peel a hand like Jack 10 suited. But yeah, with a hand like this, our hand's just not good enough. And I think once we get this flop with the ace 3 suited, we want to just jam versus the c-bet because our hand is like... I mean, I don't know if we want to just peel the flop, see a brick turn, and then have to fold versus the jam when we have so much equity. Very peculiar hand there from both players. Very peculiar for both players, but works out well for the ace 3 suited. Ratislav with the ace-3 suited. Works out very, very well for him indeed. Yeah, that's why you jam ace-king pre, folks. Get the ace-3 suited to fold, chip up, onto the next hand. Keep your chip lead, keep your commanding chip lead. Everybody in the bin. Simple. Ace-4 suited in the cutoff. Or mass edge. And he's got about 11 big blinds. I think this would be a fine jam. But given what we've seen, I assume he's probably just going to min raise. Does jam. Ace jack suited in the big blind. Yeah, we have to call this one. Too good against the cutoff range. Our hand's just too strong. We dominate too many of these suited ace-x type hands. Too many like king queen, king jack suited, queen jack suited, jack tens in there. Too many pocket pairs we're flipping against. This hand just has too much equity to be folding. So in we go. Nobody's super short anymore either, so we don't have to worry so much about folding for the ladder. Yes, does find the call. And he's going to be very happy to see the ace-4 suited. Dominating. Off to a flop we go. Match edge going to need to find some spades or 4. Otherwise we could be down to 7. Picks up a gut shot on the flop. No backdoor flush draw, backdoor hearts for the ace-jack. Pairs the board on the turn as well, which gives some opportunities for a chop, 7 or a 6 to give us a chop, 4 or 5 gives the win for the ace-4, anything else, and we're going to see an elimination. Ace on the river, no good, ace-jack wins that one. Masiej, our 8th place finisher, he's going to take home €4,300 for his effort, not bad at all. Or no, I think maybe that was 7th place, €6,750. We already had our €4,350. Yeah, so he was 7th place, €6,750. Very decent score for the €100 buy-in. We're down to 6 now. Things starting to get serious. €9,650 for the next player eliminated. Those are your chip counts. Chip leader on 38 bigs. That gives Ratislav the chip lead. 46 million chips, 38 bigs. He came into the final table 3rd in chips with 23 million, so he's about doubled his stack so far, which is obviously a great start to the final table for him. Milosh hanging on in there. Came to the final table with 7.5 million. And he's been very, very short for a bunch of the final table, and boom, now he picks up aces with 10 bigs in the hijack. And it does look very, very, very suspicious to min-raise off a stack such as this, but we've seen it quite a lot at this final table. Wouldn't hate it at all. I mean, you're just trying to effectively force the big blind into defending. Limping, also a reasonable option. You're so shallow, the SPR gets so high immediately that it doesn't really matter so much. It's not like you're limping off 60 bigs and you're leaving yourself open to getting folded off your hand a bunch on lots of different runouts. I mean, the SPR is going to be so low that you're just able to get it in on any board. But it does elect for the min raise. Deuces in the small blind for Radovan, might see him peel here. Recreational players tend to love the kind of weaker pocket pairs when the SPR is quite shallow, just because they really love set mining. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him flick it in here. We do just want to fold this hand, but yeah, this is not a play with the deuces. Don't know what we're doing, posturing with 8-7 either. Yeah, thanks buddy. Wasting everybody's time. All in for 12 mil. Let's go. Now what have we done with the deuces? This is yeah, you just fold deuces pre, like appeal is no good just because the open is so shallow, you're not getting the implied odds. You cannot win enough money off him for it to be a profitable peel pre-flop, especially in an ICM situation. So the 3-bet is a dust, and now we have to call it off. Don't really know what you're waiting for. Like, you've put 6 mil in, it's 6 mil more into 20 mil. This is just, yeah, you've absolutely butchered this, to be honest. Yeah, that's an absolute disaster. That whole hand, start to finish, absolutely tragic, I'm afraid. Shows the aces as if we didn't know that the min raise and then jam is aces. Come on buddy, take your chips, let's go. That 3-bet. I won't say it. I will say it, that's one of the worst hands I've ever seen. Really terrible. Sorry. I hope you watch this back and learn something, but that is straight up a fold. Really, really, really not good. You can just jam. Like, jam is better than 3-bet fold by a long stretch. Because jam, he can just fold a bunch of hands and you're not really jamming very much effective because the big blind only has like 14 bigs. It's basically the same thing, but putting in half of his stack and then folding when he can still have ace-king, it's just, yeah, not nicked goot, but whatever, is what it is. Next hand, pair of 9s under the gun now for Milos on a heater. Finds the open. Vitaly with the ace-jack off and the hijack, 6-handed. 15, 16 big blinds. The only problem is Milos is so tight that it kind of sucks to get a hand like this in, so yeah, I don't hate the fold, but I mean, how does somebody who opens 7 deuce off in a small blind find the fold here with ace jack? I just don't get it. So I just don't get this game sometimes, I really don't. But it is what it is. My jack 10 off in the cut off also just not appeal. Not even in chips is this appeal. Not even in chips is this appeal. Just a pure fold. But he fancies it. 6 deuce suited, we just want to fold. When there's a chance of a collision like this, 2 stacks going at it, there's no reason to be the third player getting involved, potentially putting yourself at risk when you're one of the shorter stacks. Like, you could see Milos bust here some of the time in this hand, so yeah, no reason to get involved at all. In Chippy V, non-ICM situation, yeah, fine, you can flick in the peel, you've got a good hand that's not often dominated, you can just flop a draw and go with it with no real pressure, but you don't want to be flopping a 6 high flush draw and then getting it all in at the final table. When there's such a ginormous number of buy-ins for first, so just fold this one. Finds the call. Seven, 7-5 flop, great flop for Miloš with the nines. So he goes for the c-bet. Jack 10 off, just going for the float. No backdoor flush draw, hardly a backdoor straight draw. Just fancies it with the 2 overs. Like the problem is with this is like Miloš can just have aces, kings. He could potentially c-bet a hand like ace jack with a backdoor. You know, ace jack of diamonds. So you can end up making a pair that's still no good. And yeah, it's a big problem with that. Miloš going for the double barrel with the nines. Thin value, hunting thin value against a hand like 8s, 6s, something like that. Gets the fold, gets the job done. Nice chip up now. He's gone from a couple of big blinds. He was literally down to 2 or 3 big blinds twice or 3 times, and now he's up to being close to one of the chip leaders. Crazy game. Anything can happen. I think he's played pretty well, other than the king 10 suited, which he missed earlier. Played pretty well. So there is a giveaway. We're giving away 2 tickets on the stream to a 20k guaranteed and 50k guaranteed tournaments this weekend in Bratislava. €100 buy-in and €150 buy-in. Head to SpadePoker.tv if you want to enter the giveaway. There's a yellow button there. Click that, fill in your details, and you are in the giveaway. Why not win a free ticket to a tournament? Everybody loves a free roll. Pocket 5s on the button for Casper. I think I prefer to just open jam this one. It's not a hand we want to be raise folding or raise going to a flop against the big blind with. It's like a hand that wants maximum protection, wants everything like 7-8 suited in the big blind to be folding, and wants to put some kind of ace-x in a tough spot. We don't want to give like ace-4 suited or even like ace-7 suited or whatever the opportunity to rejam on us. We want to just take down, keep, you know, push our equity, and we still get called by some hands that we're flipping with. And 5's really a bit too strong to raise fold, but once you do raise and you get jammed on, you kind of have to fold because you just can't call it off for a flip at this stage of the tournament. So open jam, definitely the play here for kind of 15 big blinds, less than 15 big blinds. Goes for the min raise. Radovan thinking about it with the ace-4 off. I think he's probably just going to end up folding, to be honest. A little bit too weak to jam a hand like this. Like ace-4 suited, fair enough. You know, you hold a little bit, retain a little bit more equity with those suited combos, but ace-4 off, it's just too many combos and you're dominated too often. And ace-10, great hand to free bet jam. We've seen so many of these weird min clicks, 3-bets and stuff, like clicks pre-flop, min click 3-bets, all sorts of stuff. I mean, he gets it through that time, but this is exactly why we want to just open jam the 5-5. If he wants to call it off with ace-10, fine, we'll flip for it, but if a lot of people are going to fold ace-10 off in the big blind facing the 15 big blind jam there, so a little bit of a misplay there. Aaron, hello sir. I literally haven't looked at the chat until now, so apologies if you've been saying something and I I've been ignoring you. I haven't really been ignoring you. I've just been commentating and not watching the stream. How big are the price jumps? People are scared to shit. Yeah, absolutely. They really are. The price jumps are pretty big now. It's like 9.6k and then 10k, and then like 14k, 35k for second, and 60k for first. So yeah, you can definitely see the fear creeping into a few of these plays. It is what it is. Eights all in now for Casper. Yeah, we should have jammed last time, buddy. We'll be in this situation. Okay, so 3. Poker manager there, Zuzana on the right. Lovely human being. Does a great job at running these tournaments as well. The whole crew at Banco. One of my favourite places to play in the whole world, and I've played in a lot of casinos around the world. Banco, definitely up there in my top 3 favourites. There we have it. Chip counts. Chip leaders now joint with 24 big blinds. I mean, the average is absolutely tiny. We're looking at like 17, 16 big blind average. 8 big blind shortest stack now for Radovan, which is a shame because I think he's actually probably played the best out of everybody, to be honest. I don't think I've really seen him make a mistake. He's played very, very solid indeed. So, but you know, playing the best or being the best player doesn't always lead to winning. It's not how poker works, which is the beauty of the game. If it did, it would be a much more boring game. It would be like chess. You know, you go into a match knowing that the other person's better than you and you're going to lose. That's literally how chess works. But poker is not like that. You go into a match with anybody in the world and come out on top. Skill level notwithstanding. Milos gets another one through on the button there with the A7, chipping up very nicely. Nine big blinds now in the hijack for Radovan. Still ace-5 off, not quite good enough. Gonna need something a bit stronger for 9 bigs. Opting for a min raise. Not the play, I'm afraid. there's a lot of min raising going on off these short stacks, which is not a thing as wide as everybody has been doing it. I mean, it is a thing, don't get me wrong, you can open off 10 big blinds, you can open off 9 big blinds at final tables, but not with the hands and the frequency that we've seen it. Queen 5 suited now, and they're going for red of M. Also just a fold. Came here to learn, didn't learn a thing. Well, thanks. Jesus. Don't be rude. I'm only joking, it's my friend. I think he maybe meant from the players. 9's getting it done. Pretty standard, up against Queen 3 off. Six players left. Everybody got their eyes on that 60k first prize. But only one shall be victorious. Who do you think it's going to be? I think it's going to be... Milos so far. He's the man to get it done. Momentum on his side. Hasn't been too scared to put his chips in. Well, I mean he has with the King 10 suited. Tough. Everybody has played a funky hand. At least one funky hand everybody has played. So it's really hard to tell, you know. Nobody's been completely solid, rock solid ICM whiz kid. That's for sure. Ace. Ace, ace. And it's a chunky raise as well. 2.5x on the button. See what Radabad chooses to do here. I personally would just go for a flat call, because you don't want your opponent to fold a single hand. Jamming just allows him to fold a bunch of stuff, and aces is pretty much always going to be the best hand on the flop. Obviously you're going to get out flop sometimes, but whatever. That's a risk we are willing to take at a 1 SPR. Like if he peels here, he puts in 2.9 mil, pot goes to 11.4, and then he's got like 12.5 behind. So yeah, you leave SPR 1. Just you're basically guaranteed a c-bet out of a player like this. We've seen him like 3-bet to 6 mil pre and then fold to a 12 mil jam, all sorts of stuff like that. So he seems very splashy to me, like the type of player that's just going to c-bet any flop. So I'm in for the call. Yes, love it. Well done. Off to the flop. Burgers flop for the king queen. Check, check. So not c-betting any two. I mean, this is a particularly bad flop, so understandable. Now, I think aces just want to go for a small bet. Like we want a hand like Queen Jack, Jack 10. I think we might predict that he bets flop with Jack 10, but I think aces want to lead the turn, just get a bit of protection from some like turn flush draws, some gut shots, and get a bit of value from like 6x, stuff like that. You know, you can have some underpairs to the board, you can have some ace 6, you can check back a 9. Obviously we're getting stacked by an 8, no matter what happens. Did go for the check trap again on the turn. King Queen betting 4.5 mil. Don't think we want to just peel. I don't think we really want to peel the turn. There are some bad rivers. Like we don't want the river to peel off a spade. A 10 is not great. A 7 is bad. 6 isn't amazing. Obviously a diamond's not that great either. There are a few bad turn cards, but a few bad river cards, but he is going for the max slow play. That's not too bad. I think we expect the button to bet all of his flush draws on the flop. With the SPR being so low, he can just bet and get it in with a flush draw. Same goes for like Queen 10 with the double gut shot. I think probably just bets and get it in, double gut shot, 2 over cards. So I think the Jack of Spades is actually a deceptively good river, really, really good river. So it can just give him a pair with a hand like Queen Jack, King Jack really often. So it's worked out pretty well so far. And now I think we just have to check once more, try to complete the trap. Let's go for the check. Looks like he might induce another bluff here. Ratislav really thinking about it. Does. Finds the 4.5 million stab again. 7.5 million behind for Radovan with the aces. And now he's just deciding, do I go all in or do I just call? Yeah, I think call is fine. Like there are some hands that you lose to on this run out, but mostly we win. But there's no point in putting in your last few big blinds when you're behind. So very well played hand there again, Radovan. Well done, sir. Like it. Hopefully you can turn this around. Up to 32 million now, so very, very nice chip up. Looking good. And hope to see some more hands played from him. Played some really good hands so far. The ace-5 off opens a little reachy, but other than that, very, very solid. 8-5 suited in the hijack for Gregory. He came into the final table as the chip leader and had a good start, but he's been a little card dead. But then, I mean, you've got to think we really have not played very many hands at all. I don't know how many hands we're on, but it can't be more than like 50 hands. So it's tiny short-term variance. That's the thing with tournaments. You know, it's like there's so much variance in what happens, especially at the end. The final table can be over in 100 hands, 150 hands, and if you get very good distribution for those 100 hands, you win a tournament. Queen Jack suited for Casper now on the button, 9 big blinds, facing an open. Folds again, folding his way down. The Ace Queen off fold from him earlier was very nitty. I know there was a short stack, but still too nitty. And Queen Jack suited is a very close one. I think that's obviously a much more excusable fold. You've just dominated far more, and you have much less fold equity too. Casper finding the open jam. So he is obviously understanding that open jamming is much better than 3-bet jamming, but doesn't mean you have to fold absolutely everything instead of 3-bet jamming.
Sweet as, man.
See ya.
I'll speak in a bit. Nice, mate. I'll bring my bike.
Ace Queen now for Gregory. 7-5 suited, defending in the big blind for Milos. Pretty good flop. Interesting one. Ace Queen with the Ace of Spades, so he's got that backup, just in case, you know, he does turn the spade. It's not going to be the end of the world. If you have something like Ace Queen of Diamonds, the spade is a real killer on the turn, but having the Ace of Spades is a very nice backup. So pretty standard. I like this size up on the flop as well. I know in ICM, like I said earlier, in ICM we do tend to use smaller sizings, but on a board that favours the range so heavily, And we do have a very, very strong hand that can get value from a bunch of worse hands. I'm a fan of this size up. Checking a turn, not so much. There's no reason to check that turn. There's not going to be any deuce 3 in the defending range pre-flop. Doesn't really give any 2 pairs when we block ace 5. There's not going to be like a 9-5 2 pair or very much 4-5, like a couple of combos of 4-5 suited, but we just want to be going for straight value from worse ace-x and flush draws there on the turn. Luckily no spade on the river, and then the value bet not getting paid off, obviously. Gregory chips up a little bit. $10-7 off for Vitali. Obviously he should just be folding this one. I know he's only got 7 or 8 bigs, but the hand is just not strong enough. Reluctantly finds the fold. Gregory in the small blind, king 10 off. I think he's going to go for an open here. He likes to open blind versus blind. We've seen it before. I mean, it's a good enough hand as well. We definitely get some worse hands to defend, and pretty easy to fold versus a shove as well, because we're always dominated. So I like this one. Queen 9 suited, standard defend. So far so good from everybody. Remarkable. Interesting flop, very interesting. Favours Gregory massively because we expect the big blind to jam a lot of his ace-x pre-flop. He is still going to defend some, but board really favours our range. We do have the gut shot with that nut flush draw, backdoor nut flush draw as well, with the king of diamonds, and then just middle pair. So it's going to be interesting to see if Gregory shows some aggression here and tries to get some folds, but looks like he's going to slow down on the turn, gives it the check. The classic reach for chips and then go for the check. If I were a live tail man, which I 100% am, I would always read that as weakness. That grab chips and then think about, well, grab chips, pretend to put chips in and then check is always weakness. It's always a hand that's like, I don't want you to bet against me, and I think this is me showing aggression to try to convince you to be less aggressive. It's like 100% nailed on read. So there's a free nugget of information for you. It's literally, that is one of the most solid live reads of all time. And Gregory putting the pressure on the river. The bet check back line's very underbluffed actually. I'd be really tempted to fold Queen 9 off here, especially Queen 9 suited, especially for this sizing. You don't see this line as a bluff very often, but then again, like, I mean, we did see him just bet check bet with the ace queen on the last board, where it didn't make very much sense when there was so much to get value from, and it's really the same on this board. Like, the 3 is not a scare card at all. Ace-x has no reason to slow down. You want to get value from Queen X, and you want to get protection against draws, and you want to get value from worse Ace-x and stuff, but gets it done. Gets it done! And there's the live read coming in hot for you. Interesting play there from Gregory, gets it done. Not the line I would have taken, but does work. For me, that would just be a bet jam for me, because we know that the big blind doesn't ever have like ace queen, aces, queens, anything strong, ace king, even ace jack. Like, we just and we block ace 10, which is his potentially his best ace-x. So we've got a very very excellent bluff candidate there with the king 10. We also just have the equity, like we can hit a jack, we can make running diamonds, we can bluff a single diamond, because we know we're blocking the nut flush as well. But yeah, I would have gone for it there, but gets it done. Queen 6 suited and cut off, don't think so. Don't think so. This is not a jam. 99% sure. I know that we only have like 7 bigs, 6 bigs, but I think you need an ace or a king in your hand. Like king 6 off is much better than queen 6 suited, because you're blocking ace king kings and you have more equity against more pairs, and being suited just doesn't really matter at this stack depth. Gets it through though. Queen jack off now in the hijack. I mean, if queen 5 suited goes from the cutoff, then I think, well, we're up to 10 bigs now. It's a little different, but this hand is much stronger than queen 6 suited. 2 overs against more pairs. More straights to be made. My stream lagging a bit. I'm getting a little bit of glitching, but I think I saw him go all in. Yeah, he is in. Just the big blind to get it through. Probably not going to be hard. 7 deuce. Ace jack now under the gun for Vitali. We've got, what, 12.5 big blinds. I think we want to just jam again. Don't hate him in raise, 6-handed. Just in case it goes like jam, re-jam behind, then you can get away from it, but I think just trying to chip up at this point when everybody's very, very close in stacks makes a lot of sense, so nice jam. Gets it done again. 3 good hands, goes from like basically almost a double up. I think he had about 14 mil, 13 mil. When he shoved the queen 6, gets shoved 3 shoves through in a row. Boom, double up. Interesting limp on the button there. Doesn't want to raise fold. Wants to kind of raise and then call an ISO, should there be one, with the Queen Jack suited. I like that play. It's very, very good. It also just keeps big blinds like dominated Queen X in, so if he has land like Queen 8 off that he would fold to a raise, we get to just keep that in, potentially flop top pair and win a decent pot against him. And also anything better isolates, so when it does come Queen or Jack high, we can be like 100% sure that we have the best Queen or Jack. So nice play again there from Radovan. Obviously done some study, this guy. Big fan. Shoving the ace 7 off in the small blind, standard. Nice shoves there, shows the ace. Boom, there's your link for winning the tickets at the bottom of the screen. I've mentioned it a couple of times already, but there are 2 tickets being given away to live tournaments this weekend at Banco Casino in Bratislava. There's a 20k guaranteed and a 50k guaranteed tournament. Giving away 1 ticket to each of those, so if you want to get involved, head to the link there, SpadePoker.tv, and hit the yellow button to enter. Ace Queen now in the big blind, facing the limp. Gonna just be an easy jam. Does jam, gets it through. All standard stuff at the moment. Six left, so almost 10k locked up at the moment. Still playing for that 60k first place though. Somebody's got to get it. Who's it going to be? I suspect we'll probably see a deal. We often see deals in these kind of tournaments with the massive amounts of buy-ins up top, with a low buy-in, which is understandable. But I'd love to see them just play it out one time. Come on, guys. Ace 4 suited now in the cutoff for Vitaly. I think we've got a few too many chips to be jamming this time, 15 big blinds. So I think we'll just go for a min raise now. No, we don't fold king 10. This hand is too strong, too much equity against these kind of hands, pocket pairs. We even dominate some king 9, 10 9, jack 10, queen 10. Like king 10 just too good to be folding now, especially off like a 5 big blind stack or 6 big blind stack. It's not like sorry, about 7 bigs. It's not like there's anybody else super sure that he's trying to outladder as well. He's last in chips, so king 10 is a mandatory defend there. King 9 off under the gun for Milos. Going to just be a fold, 13, 14 bigs. Gregory's going to be opening this queen jack. He's not the type to fold this. Unfortunately my stream is a bit laggy, so it's hard for me to keep up with the action. Okay, we got the open and now ace 4 off on the button for 6 big blinds. What are we doing? Folding. Casper, seems like the nerves are getting to him. He's missed a few spots that were kind of clear, either defends or jams or whatever pre-flop. And this is what happens, you end up nursing a short stack before you know it, like, oh, okay, I'll just fold my way to 15 bigs, it's still plenty, oh, blinds up, oh, I'm through the blinds, oh, suddenly I've got 10 bigs, oh, blinds up again, I've got 6 bigs. Like, you have to take your spots when they come to you. You don't have to go chasing every single little tiny bit of EV that exists, but those ones that are like a clear win, even if there's variance, you kind of have to take them. And this is why. Interesting spot here. Pretty aggressive rejam from the A7 suited. Hijack best is under the gun at 6-handed, but we probably want a little stronger than this. Now, Radovan in a really tough spot on the bottom with the ace queen, playing 20 bigs. Under the gun, obviously chip leader open, should be a little wider, but nobody's been crazy out of line so far at this final table. The ace7 suited player is a little more on the kind of splashy side, and if they've watched back any hands from the stream, they'll see him getting involved in some kind of wide spots. So very, very tough spot. I don't think we wanted to be calling it off with ace queen though. It's more of a hand that we want to shove with the blocker properties. So I think we're going to see a fold here. Ooh, gets away from it as well. Kings for Vitali. Ace queen dodged a bullet there. Kings is in against the a7, and a7 down and out as well. We've seen ace queen folded. So, no ace, not too many clubs, and we will be down to 5, and Vitali will have chipped up nicely. But still 5 cards to come, anything can happen. Couple of backdoors for the a7 suited, but nothing major. 6 of clubs to make it interesting. I think we had him covered. So that's it, down to 5 players. Nice chip up for Vitali. Dusted it with the 7 deuce offhand earlier, but other than that he's played pretty snug, pretty solid. Can't put him down. Down to 5. Big blind 2 million now. Casper down to 5 bigs. 16 bigs for Radovan. He finds jacks, so he's going to be in this hand. Almost certainly, no matter what happens, he won't be folding. Just checking out the stacks around him. Looks like he's opening to 4.2, something along those lines. Gregory defending the pocket threes. Does have Radovan covered. Nobody super deep here. Chip leader only got 25 big blinds, so somewhat shallow. A bit of a dead flop for both players. Could see this one go check check. Problem with having a pair like jacks, like it's better to see bet a hand like pocket eights than pocket jacks, because you're blocking hands that can continue that are worse than your hand. Like you're blocking the jack 10, queen jack type hands, whereas with pocket eights you're not blocking those, so you can conceivably get value from worse hands. Whereas jacks really only is getting called by ace or a king once c-betting, but looks like we're going for the c-bet anyway. Very, very small. Gets it done. Casper in big blind now, so he's got two of his 5 big blinds in the middle. Not going to take much for him to get it in. Nobody else really short either around him, so he is in need of a double up. Gregory should just be in with any two here. Yeah, king deuce is going to be good enough to call it off as well. Off to the races. Ace-8 suited, a pretty significant favourite, 2-1 favourite here, so if we don't see a king or a deuce, we're going to be down to 4. Casper desperately needing to hit a king or a deuce to stay alive. Picks up the gut shot. Ooh, offsuit king on the river. Double up for Casper. Loves that. First time I've seen him smile. Just a bit of lag coming for me, but I'm getting there eventually. I just caught up on the turn there. That last hand I saw the dealer go to deal the flop and then boop, frozen, and then king on the river. Ace king now for Vitali on a bit of a heater. Queen turn off on the button for Gregory. Looks like he's going to peel here, but we definitely just want to be folding this one, especially with a stack like Casper's behind. No reason to be putting chips in here. Everybody else wants to be playing pretty snug. 2 overs and gut shot and the nut flush draw for Vitali, as well as somewhat of a strong hand advantage. We know that Gregory's never going to have a hand like queens or jacks here, because those would just be all in pre-flop. He is going to have some flushes, but we do block some of the flushes that would peel. It's really only a hand like king jack suited, jack 10 suited, maybe the odd 10-9, jack 9 suited. So I like this barrel from Vitali, and I guess he's probably going to empty the clip on the river. He also blocks some of those strong top pairs, blocks like ace queen, king queen, blocks the nut flush. So would have thought he would be going for it there, but it looks like he's decided to give up, and I think Vitali should, yeah, Gregory just checks back the river, scoops a nice pot there with the queen 10. Retakes the chip lead up to 60 million, 30 big blinds. Ace 4 now for Vitali, under the gun, 5-handed, going for the open. He's kind of playing the chip lead, even though he's not the chip leader. I guess he just thinks that Gregory's not going to be aggressive enough for it to be a problem, which I think is a fair assumption. So he's just kind of putting his foot down here. This is a pretty solid open. Like this 5-handed. Radovan with jack 9 suited in the small blind, 17 big blinds. Just checking out the big blind stat there, perhaps considering jamming. Thinks that Vitali's maybe taking the piss a bit, but I don't think our hand has particularly good properties to be a jam. We block some hands that would raise fold, you know, like ace 9, king 9 suited, jack 10s, all that kind of stuff. Like these middling cards are the ones that people raise fold the most, so you want to be blocking top of range, not middle of range. Blocking 9s or jacks or ace jack, just not really relevant enough. Yeah, it does let it go. Nothing for me loshing the big blind, 10-3-0. So Vitali takes that one down. All sorts of huge tournaments coming up at Banco over the course of the next few months. The rest of the year, there's literally so much. There's like Greek Poker Championship, there's Benelux Classic, French Poker Championship, there's a Slovak series of poker in a few weeks. All these tournaments of like 100k, 200k, 250k guarantee, kind of small buy-ins up to like 300. Then there's the festival, which is a 500k guaranteed main event with a €500 buy-in. There is absolutely loads. So if you want to take your shot at getting a payday like these guys, getting on one of these kind of final tables, then get down there. Great accommodation deals, very cheap cost of living city. It's great city to be in. Really great place, easy to get to, absolutely no excuses. Gregory opening jack 10 suited under the gun, pocket 3s, rejamming for 6 big blinds, and it should be a call here with jack 10. We're not deep enough to fold, getting like 2.5 to 1, over 2.5 to 1, 8 mil to win, 21 million, so going to be calling this. And we're going to be off to the races. Jack 10's going to like what it sees. Obviously you kind of hate it and expect to be dominated a lot of the time, but then you see the pocket freeze and suddenly it's not so bad. Oh, nitty fold again. Too tight that one, but Miloš absolutely got away with it there. I'm not sure, I don't think I would even jam the threes in the first place, to be honest, with what I would perceive to be no fold equity, and you're basically getting it in guaranteed flipping or worse. But here we are, gets it through, gets a nice chip up. Pocket fours in the cutoff for Radovan now. I think he's just going to be opening. Yep, goes for... Oh, he goes for the Limpski. A little bit different to the Queen Jack suited, because this one you don't keep in anything that you dominate. This is more just trying to play a flop without raising and getting jammed on. But our hand doesn't have quite the same properties as the Queen Jack suited. You don't necessarily, you kind of want to get hands to fold pre-flop with pocket fours. Like, you don't want to go multi-way against the blinds, which is usually what's going to happen. Which is okay with a hand like Queen Jack suited. There are infinite boards you can continue, but fours, you're a lot more dead on a lot of boards. You're really just trying to kind of set mine. So I think just trying to steal pre-flop would be the play. And the blind, nobody's been particularly aggressive pre-flop. There haven't been any aggressive re-steals or anything like that. It's all just been very ABC stuff. So we would have preferred an open with this one, I think. And what we got? So we got bottom pair for Gregory. Vitaly flopping top pair there. Oh, sorry, middle pair. Bottom pair for Gregory. No pair, no set for Friedrich. Still looking for that set. 8 on the turn. Gives a gut shot to Gregory as well. Vitaly's still with the best hand, the Jack 5, but I don't think he's going to find a bet here. It seems a little excessive to stab a hand like this. There are a lot of bad rivers, and we're really just trying to get like value from an 8 or put money in against draws, which seems a little unnecessary, but it is going to work this time. Going to get it through. Going to chip up again nicely. Takes it down. Queens for Radovan. Just going to be an open. Jack 9 suited in the small blind for Gregory. He does like a peel. We saw him peel the kind of Queen 10 earlier, and he's been tempted a couple of other times as well, so I think we might see him call here. Yeah, it looks like he is going to peel. Little does he know he is not in good shape at all. Just Just 17% equity here against a hand like queens, even when queens with no heart. Absolute burgers. We saw Gregory peel earlier with the Jack 10 on the like 7-7-5 board or something as well, with no backdoor or anything, so we might see him get with another kind of reachy peel here with the overs and the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Wouldn't be surprised. Radovan electing to check back the flop, which I'm not a fan of. I get it with a hand like aces or kings that needs less protection, but queens just needs too much protection against those ace-x and king-x hands, and we also just, there's a lot to get value from. Gregory's never going to be folding a pair on the flop, so and that small blind peel is going to contain a lot of hands like 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s that don't quite want to jam pre-flop, and also a bunch of suited stuff, so there's obviously a flush draw to get value from on the flop as well. So I'm not a fan of this check back on the flop. I like the idea, but it's just not the right hand choice for me. And now Gregory leading on the turn, really bad for his range, this ace of hearts, so interesting to just lead the flush draw here. I think Radovan has to peel at least once, but he has been on the kind of tighter, more fold-heavy side, so I wouldn't actually be shocked to just see him fold here and assume that Gregory's been playing very face-up, and his hand is what it looks like, which would be some kind of weird ace-x or potentially like deuces or threes. Does find the call though. Brick on the river. Gregory just finding it, putting the hammer down. Even though he blocks a bunch of folds, things like Queen Jack of Hearts, King Jack of Hearts, Jack 10 of Hearts that would all be valid candidates for checking back the flop. Just doesn't care, just says, do you know what, I'm going for it. Really don't get how people find this bet here, but absolutely gets it done. Radovan going to be sad when he sees that one back on the stream, that's for sure. Casper with the pocket nines, all in now for 6.5 big blinds. Standard. Gets it through. Still could go anyway, this, really. Nobody's overwhelming chip leader. Casper on the shorter side, but he just got that shove through. But everybody's up and down, swinging around. Nothing for anybody that hand. On to the next. Kingies for Casper now. He's going to be loving that. He hasn't had much in the way of real solid hands at this final table. Ace Jack for Radovan. Casper going for the 2.5x off of no stack. Don't have to give it away, guys. Every time you've got the nuts, you can just go all in. People are still going to call with very similar hands, but I think Radovan might end up getting away from this now. He's obviously been on the tighter side and a lot more suspicious, so we could see him making the same read here, that this is just so insanely nutted. Radovan really mulling it over here. Finds the fold. See, he sees right through you. He sees right through this play, which is what good players are going to do. They're going to understand that they've seen you jam a couple of hands, and just in general, this min raise off super short stacks is always so nutted. People are just not finding the like ace-4 suited opens off this stack size. Same as when we had aces earlier for Milosh, and he's just found another really pristine fold. Not his first one of this final table. Really good understanding of the game and people's tendencies. King 6 off under again for Radovan, just going to be a fold. Don't have to tank every hand. Window a clear fold. Goes for the open, and for some reason Gregory's just decided to peel King 8 off out of the small blind. So weird what people just do sometimes. They just play so weird. All of a sudden, King 8 off, like, what makes you look at this hand and go, yeah, I'm going to peel the small blind? Just doesn't make any sense. Well, here we are. Queen 10, pretty standard, complete in the big blind. Gregory flopping second pair though. Flops the best of it. Casper with just a gut shot and decides to just lead. Oh man, it's like he can see everybody's cards. Flash of your chip stacks there. Jack 10 off under the gun for Vitaly. Folds. 5-handed. He'd been a little bit active. I kind of expected to see him open that one, but doesn't. Casper gets the shove through with the pocket fours. Chipping up a little. Gregory opening the King 7 suited under the gun. Ace 4 off defending for Vitaly, I think. It's okay, we don't love defending with Ace 4 off though. Just don't dominate anything, not many great flops and dominated far too often. Gregory just going to see better take it down here. And then it looks like we're going on break. So we'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. See you when we're back. We're back. 5 left. Those are your stacks. Only one player got more than 10 big blinds, so don't expect this to take too long. Big blind 3 million. Don't forget, if you want to win some tournament tickets, you can go to SpadePoker.tv, click the yellow button to register, and you can be eligible to win one of 2 tickets this weekend. For this weekend's tournaments at Banco, there's a €110 buy-in with a 20k guaranteed and €150 buy-in with a 50k guaranteed. Both tournaments running over this weekend, so head over there. There's also packages up for hotel discounts, all sorts of stuff like that for the SSOP Slovak Series of Poker, which is happening in a few weeks' time, also in Banco Casino Bratislava. So if you want any more information on those, head to the website SpadePoker.tv. Everything you need on that website. You get your chance for some free tickets, as well as great discounts packages for that series coming up week long, with a 250k guaranteed main event, 400k guaranteed across the whole festival. Do not miss it. It's going to be sweet. All sorts of rate back deals, little discounts here and there that Banco and SpadePoker offer. So head over to their website SpadePoker.tv, check it out. So these guys still battling it out for that 60k first prize. Not bad at all for a €100 buy-in. More to come at Banco. There's just all sorts of tournaments like this. Massive fields, low buy-ins, huge guarantees, just running all throughout the year. So rude not to get down there if you live anywhere within the European Union, really. Or outside. Brexit, what? Italy finds Queen 10 suited on the bottom with 10 bigs, runs into the kings of Gregory, snap rejam. Casper looking delighted at the prospect of getting a ladder. Everybody, all these short stacks, everybody got less than 10 big blinds. Gregory, the only man with 25 big blinds, looking to add to that lead now. And we saw a queen folded in the big blind as well. Casper had queen jack off, so Queen 10 suited drawing pretty thin here. He's going to need some hearts or a very favourable arrangement of straight cards. Just a gut shot, but really a terrible flop, even worse than it looks. Gregory has 2 of the kings that it needed, and also the king of clubs, so making some kind of running 2-pair or running straight just got even more difficult. 10 of spades on the turn though, keeps him alive, but now obviously can't hit 2-pair because gives kings a straight, so it's like drawing to a 10 or one of the last kings, just down to, what, 4 outs, yeah, 9, brick on the river. That'll do it. GG Vitali. Out in 5th place. Takes home €9,650. Very, very decent payday for a €100 buy, and he's obviously going to be disappointed with that result though, being so close to such a huge score. But it is what it is. Gregory now absolutely overwhelming chip leader, huge stack. He's got over 100k I think, big blinds 3k, so it's not like much in terms of big blinds, it's not a huge stack, but compared to everybody else, everyone else has got 7, 6, 7, 8 big blinds, so in absolute dream spot at the moment. Running good too, he's won all of his all-ins, found some good hands at important times, so he's going to be looking to take this one down, see if he can do it. Sixes now, another pair on the button, just wants to jam this. Hopefully, hasn't. Oh, okay, no, that's the ante. Yeah, it just wants to jam this. I mean, everybody's got less than 10 bigs. He can just basically jam every hand. Yes, nice. Does find the jam. Casper got nothing in the small blind there. 6 big blinds. Jack 3. 9-7 off for Radovan with 4 bigs in the big blind. Brutal. But just an easy fold, obviously. Come on, next hand. Not calling off with 9 high. Surprises me that he's made such a bunch of like really good niche folds that show like a very in-depth understanding of the game, but then still dwells in a spot like this where this is just like the easiest fold ever, and he knows it. He knows this is just a pure fold, no, never ever ever a call. So it's a little bit frustrating actually to watch, but that's live poker for you. Yep, there we go. Only a couple of minutes too late. You're just harming yourself because you're just eating into time before the blinds go up. And it's not like there's people on other tables to get eliminated before you. You're not like, it's not hand for the final table, or like even, you know, 12 left or anything like that where tanking might get you a pay jump. There's no pay jumps to be had by tanking, it's just a fold. Jack 5 under the gun for Casper. No thank you. Friedrich Jack 8 suit on the button, 6 bigs. I think we're probably going to find a jam here. Covering the small blind, who's been very, very tight. Big blind, not just going to snap off of anything. Jack 8 suited, got reasonable equity when it does get called against, like, yeah, ace queens, ace kings, king queens. 2 overs against some pairs and stuff. That's a fold though. That's a go. And Gregory getting the walk. Just absolutely loving it at the moment. Can't stack his chips fast enough. 9-10 suited as well, folding. Just really trying to outlast Casper. Gregory should just be all in here. No, Gregory, no, no. Your man's got 5 bigs, 4 bigs. It's just all in any 2. Especially a hand as good as King 9. Frustrating. This is why these final tables often take longer than they really should. Like hands like this King 9 is just an absolute slam dunk shove. But it's okay. We're here now. Now you just let Casper make a flush. Probably going to try and bluff one. Yep. Casper's going to be like, yes, I've got a flush. Bluff way too big as well. Bet like 4 million into 9 million. Casper looking around the table as if the other 2 guys are laughing like, you've got a flush. And he's like, yes, I have a flush. Gregory just gives up on the river. Yep. Ay. Annoying hand for everybody else. Should have just been a shove free. Cat 9 for Casper and the small blind. Just gives a walk as well. I'm pretty sure that one is also a jam. Not 100% sure. 7 bigs, 7.5 bigs, but I would wager some money the Jack 9 is a jam there too when you cover. The idea is when you're in ICM, when you cover the person you're jamming into, you jam very wide. You cool off very tight. You don't jam into people very much who cover you. It's not like wildly, insanely complicated. I mean, it is wildly, insanely complicated, but I mean the very basic premises of ICM are not too insane to understand. Shove wide, cool tight, make sure you cover people, don't get involved if you're middle stack. I guess Casper's just folding. I didn't see this stack here, to be fair. There's a guy basically all in next hand. Fair enough, okay. Very, very standard fold then. My mistake. Yeah, pretty rude, just setting him in. Casper, sorry, Milosh. Down to basically 1 big blind. What we got? Looks like 2 broadways for Milosh. Nice find, okay. King deuce. Radovan needs to get there with 10-9. If we're down to... Okay, never mind. King ahead so far. 10 or a 9 will do it. Jack or a queen for a little interesting sweat? No, nothing. Just a 10 or a 9. Otherwise we will remain with 5. 4, are we down to 4? Oh, we're down to 4. Oof. Cheeky little 10 on the river. Gets it done, and we are down to 3. Down to 3. Radovan, Casper, and Gregory are 3 final finalists. I think Casper and Radovan still both very, very short though. Really, really crippled in terms of stacks, and well, Casper's up a little bit more now after that flush hand, but Gregory's still overwhelming chip leader. Hopefully we'll get some chip counts in a second on the screen. Just looking for the payouts. Everybody locked up 23,850 now, so Milos just took home 16,850 euros for his effort there. Not bad at all. Everybody locked up 23,850. Second is going to get 35,650, and first 60,250. So chunks for everybody basically. Casper. I'm confused how Casper can be all in under the gun if they're three-handed and Radovan's on the button. Surely he's the big blind. He's shoved blind versus blind last hand, which means there's no small blind, big blind only. Casper's all in under the gun. Okay, got it. All in under the gun. Don't like this with King 5. It's just not a good enough hand. Three-handed. Radovan thinking about this one. Interesting one. King Jack does dominate some of the all-ins, like, you know, obviously this, but even if we don't think this is going to be in there, but you know, even just the normal King 10, King 9 suited, some King 8 suited, Jack 10, Queen Jack, Jack 9 suited, flipping against some pairs, doing well against some ace highs. Obviously they don't have a King or a Jack. Really interesting spot. I think it's probably a fold, all things considered, but it's very, very close for sure. Don't forget, free tickets being given away. If you want to win tickets to this weekend's tournaments at Banco Casino, there are 2 tickets to 2 different tournaments being given away. 20k guaranteed, 50k guaranteed. All you got to do, go to SpadePoker.tv, click the yellow button, register your details, boom, you're in the draw. There are also great deals on packages and stuff coming for the upcoming Slovak series of poker, also at Banco, in a few weeks' time. So you get yourself a discount or a good hotel deal, something like that. You can also register for tournaments online. Go over to SpadePoker TV, check it out, see what you think. Eventually finds the fold. Gregory with the ace 3 and lets it go. Shows the King 5 off. Don't really know why he would show it. Look, I shoved absolute burgers. What are you going to do? One big blind as well, so you don't even win the small blind. Unnecessary shove, but get it through. Casper was really short at one point, so he's laddered well to get here. Radovan coming in for the min raise with the King 7-0 on the button. Seems fine. I mean, these stack sizes are so awkward. So awkward. Casper really close. With these two being so close together, I'd be tempted to defend that hand, to be honest. It's just like flopping draws, you're going to have some fold equity. Flopping a pair, it's obviously usually going to be the best hand if you can find a reasonable flop without too many picture cards on it, and you just, otherwise you're going through the blinds and the ante's so quick. I haven't done, honestly, I don't know much in terms of correct ICM strategy for very, very short stacked three-handed. It's not something I've done a whole lot of work on, these kind of stack sizes, but I don't think that a bunch of min raising is really the play. But then if nobody's really playing back, like we haven't seen really a single pre-flop jam or free bet jam without the nuts, basically. So if nobody's playing back, then it's probably completely fine, to be honest. £50 there, advertised at the bottom, 11th of June next weekend, so that's one of the tournaments that there is a ticket for in the giveaway. SpadePoker.tv, hit that yellow button. $9.5 sweeted for Radovan. I think we probably just complete this one. No need to shove a hand that blocks folds. See, I don't think there's really any need to fold so tight against somebody who's not been very aggressive. He's just been very kind of cool, heavy, passive, calling the small blind with King 8, completing the small blind earlier with whatever it was, I can't remember, Jack 8 or something, when he had the chance to ISO, and even just limping the King 9, 4 big blinds effective against Casper. So I don't think you need to start massively overfolding against somebody like that. You only need to start overfolding when the player you're playing against is using that chip lead very aggressively. Jack deuce off, no good. $7.5 in a small blind for Gregory. Again, like it's fine to jam here any two when you're shoving into the short stack, and Casper's obviously been on the tighter side as well. But again, we're just giving him a chance to like realise equity for no reason here. Gregory only needs to win once, one all in against a better hand, to get heads up with a massive chip lead, and even if he doubles Casper up, they both still have the same stack and Gregory still has a massive chip lead. There's just so much pressure, and obviously he's going to have trash all the time, and the hands he does call, like 7-5 off is alright, it's not a great hand, but he's going to get called by a bunch of stuff where he just has like 35-40% equity. There you see chip counts, 5 bigs for Casper, 11 bigs for Radovan, and big chip lead there for Gregory. Casper looking to get it in any second. Casper shows the 6-3, gives the walk, had him absolutely crushed. Radovan looking extremely upset for somebody who's just won about 30 bags minimum. It's alright, mate. It's not all bad. Casper all in on the button with Jack. He's like, yeah, Casper's showing a little, well, a relatively big misunderstanding or no understanding of like hand selection or ICM. Really, a lot of his shoves have just been completely wrong and wild. Yeah, and he's run into it now, which is kind of seems like justice. Like, you're eventually going to run into it one of these times. This is just such a torch, this hand. Really, really massive torch. Just you block folds with the deuce, you've got absolutely no equity when you get called. Look at this, like 20 something percent. It's just really, really dicey. No relevant blockers to top of the range. All the ace, king, queens unblocked. Yeah. Not the play, buddy. Somehow gets there. Cheering the deuce on the turn. Radovan's going to be sitting there thinking, what the heck do I have to do to get a ladder? Yeah. Well done. Well done. Nice hand. Big dust. Big dust. Robert De Niro does not look impressed. Yeah. I mean, Gregory could have done more to put the pressure on Casper earlier as well, so it's like a little bit on both sides, but yeah, big dust, that hand. Big dust. You see those stacks relatively even between the two short stacks. Still a decent chip lead for Gregory, so hopefully he just, you know, keeps it together, keeps his head. Gregory completing again with the Jack-7. This is like a little bit more reasonable, but still one we could just be shoving, putting max pressure on both of them. Neither of them two want to be the next one to bust, so all the power is with Gregory at the moment. Goes for the limp stab, gets it through. Same result, less chips invested. Here we go. All in blind versus blind. Pretty reasonable from both players, finally. Just a normal pre-flop confrontation. 60% edge for Radovan. No favourites, but I hope Radovan wins. He's played by far the stronger game out of everybody at this final table. So it'd be nice to see a little bit of justice, but there is none. 10-10 on the flop. Radovan pretty much drawing dead to running aces or running sevens. GG. Still had him slightly covered, so he's still in, but you know it's a very meagre stack. 2 bigs in the small blind this hand as well. Casper just riding the wave, living the absolute dream.
Ale była siódemka, no.
Była?
Była, no.
Sorry! To nie tak było być. Nie. Ta siódemka. Ta siódemka nie tak nie może.
So 3 left, but Radovan very short here. He's going to be all in within the next hand or 2. Hoping for some kind of miracle. But he'll have a very chunky payday to make up for the loss. You know, it's always sad to bust at a time, but he does have a little bit of comfort in the form of 20-something thousand euros. Casper catching up there, half the chips of Gregory now, and yeah, 1 big blind for Friedrich. Oh, for Radovan, sorry. 1.5 big blinds. Radovan all in for his last 1 big, 1.5 big blinds with the 8-6. Both of these guys are going to call, and he is dominated by Gregory, so he just needs to hit a 6. Casper with the best of it here. But we'll see what the 5 cards say. Six on the flop. 1 for the good guys. Just needs to hold now. Only fading a 9 or an ace. Shouldn't be too hard, seeing as there's 1 of each in both players' hands. At least 1 of each. Yes, Scoobla. Just like that, back in the game. Straight into the big blind though. Get the double up and you get like back to 5 or 6 bigs and then bang. I'll take a third of those please. It's like getting taxed. Right, I finally made some money. Oh, give me that. Give me 40%. Because I said so. Ace 10 off on the button for Gregory. Radovan with the Queen 8 off in the big blind. I think we're going to at least defend here. I think we're going to defend here. Thinking about it. Maybe he thinks Casper's liable to do something unreal in the meantime before he manages to bust. Who knows? That looks like he's counting out the call. Oh, he's just counting out his stack first. Yeah, just puts it in. Thinks it's good enough. 4 bigs, seems alright. What's Gregory waiting for here? We've got 4 bigs. Whoa, whoa, I'm shocked. I don't know what's just happened. I literally don't know what's just happened here. Gregory, Austria, Radovan, Slovakia. So I don't think they're colluding. But I don't know. I honestly don't know what's just happened there. It was literally like four bigs, and he raised the 2 bigs and then folded with ace 10. It's not like he just had some random hand. He had ace 10. What the fuck has just happened? That's absolutely shocking, honestly. That might even be worse than that deuces free bet earlier. I'm speechless about that hand, honestly. I don't know. Unless these two are like best friends, I can't think of anything. I can't think of any reason why you would fold ace 10 off there. Unless he thought it was way more chips than it really is, but then you should know, like you should be paying attention. You can see the stack. It's like he's only got white chips behind. It can't be more than 10 mil. You've just put 6 million in and then folded ace 10. It's not like you've opened 7-4 suited and got caught with your hand in the cookie jar and thought, okay, whatever. You had ace 10, man. I actually genuinely am concerned they might be cheating now. That's how like disgusting that hand is. You just there's absolutely no excuse for that. I don't get it at all. Don't get it at all. But here we are. Jack 6 off on the button as well. Like, what have we got? I don't know what's going on anymore. This is not a jam in the slightest. Either Jack 6 off. Like, these guys just all over the place, free-handed, absolutely all over the place. It's like gone from like somewhat reasonable, a little bit dusty when it was like full ring, to just everybody has lost their minds completely. Casper just finds aces in the big blind. Could be going to heads up here if there's no Jack or 6 on the turn or river. Good. Brick. Radovan takes the 3rd place finisher spot. We'll get the exact payout in a second. Casper chips up nicely, up to 70 million odd. And that leaves stacks pretty level, relatively level heads up. Gregory does still have a decent chip lead, I think, but the blinds are very big, so it's not huge. They're paying like 35 bigs versus 20 bigs or something, or 25 bigs. That Jack 6 off was a dust, but the Ace 10 off was the biggest dust of all. Like, we are heads up. We're on a quick break. See you after. We're back for the heads up match. Trophy on the table now. Love that. Love that. Nice trophy. Imagine shipping it with aces and then getting that trophy. That'd be nice. Oh, so pretty close, but only 22 bigs for Gregory, 17 for Casper, so this one's probably not going to take that long, I imagine. It's only going to take one ace-x versus pair or ace-x versus 2 Broadway cards for it to go well. Maybe not. These guys have been on the more passive pre-flop side, a lot of like limps and min raises where there should be shoves, and defends where there should be shoves, and shoves where there shouldn't be shoves, and all sorts of things. So we'll see. This is not the hand. Not yet. King 8 in the big blind for Casper. Goes the shove through. Casper finding some aggression now, heads up. Opens the Jack-7 off on the button. This would traditionally probably be a limp, but these stat depths is probably quite a lot of limping at this kind of stat depth, heads up. And your hands that you open with want to be a bit more polar, like this hand does quite well versus a lot of the range that like checks back, and not as well against the range that defends. So these ones usually generally limping, and then you raise worse and better. Jack 8 off in the big blinds, he's just... Is the big blind 4k? Must be. Strange opening size. Casper's gone absolutely massive. It's like almost a 3x. Super weird. Jack 8 off, defending, flopping not much. Check, check. Seems like a pretty rangy c-bet board to me. I know we've got no heart, but the 5 and the 3 miss Gregory quite a lot, so we're kind of playing a 9 board. bets the gut shot, gets it through. I like Gregory's aggression post flop. He's taken some good spots. Got Radovan to fold those queens earlier, and getting the Jack 7 to fold there. Jack 6 suited on the button for Gregory. Coming in hot for a raise to 10 mil, 2.5x. Casper definitely going to be defending this Jack 8 suited. Domination. See if we can't find a Jack high flop dealer. Nope. Brick City for both. Gregory with a hint of a backdoor. Check bet fold. Gregory taking a commanding lead now, 2-1 favourite. Just running them over in this heads up match so far. I mean, so far it's only been about 3 hands, but literally 3 hands. Hit 4 off on the button for Gregory. Probably just going to fold this one. Yes, that's a good fold. Ace 9 off on the button for Casper. Opens it up, gets call from the mystery hand. It's a sweat with Casper kind of hand. Ace high flop, probably the best hand, I would imagine, seeing as we didn't see a jam pre-flop. Check, bet, fold. We'll never know what he had. too suited on the button for Gregory. Neither player really playing much of a limping strategy so far, but this hand would make a good limp. No, we're going for it again. Yeah, this suddenly we've gone from nobody really being aggressive when they're supposed to everybody just being aggressive all of the time. Another mystery hand for Gregory, but he's going for the raise. Could be anything. Jack 4 off for Casper in the big blind. He's going to defend. They love it. They're loving it. Just loving being here. Bottom pair for Casper, so we're going to see some sort of action. Can't be defending Jack 4 off and folding when you make a pair. Check bet call, getting dangerously low SPR, and boom, Casper makes 2 pair on the turn. All in call. Oof, monster draw for Gregory. Couldn't ask for a better big hand. And they're basically leveling chips. Whoever wins this wins the tournament. Let's see what the river is. What a huge hand. Casper absolutely loving it. Thinks he's got the stone cold nuts here and he's just got to fade a few outs, but nope. Is there a bracelet as well? Is that a bracelet? What's going on here? I got a watch for winning a tournament at Banco once. Very nice touch. Bracelet would be extremely cool. Let's see who's going to get it. Who gets the bracelet? Whoop! Brick! 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 Casper scoops an enormous pot. Practically the tournament right there. One big blind left for Gregory. Put on a fine show. Both of these lads picking up a huge payday. No deal done, which is nice. I like to see that. We just played straight through. One winner going to take the 600 buy-in first prize, which is absolutely insane. Gregory down to just one big blind. Robert De Niro not happy at all, but when is he? When does he ever look happy? Gregory going to be forced all in this hand. Another mystery hand for Gregory. King 7 suited against the Ace 6 of Casper, so if Casper can hold here, he's going to ship the whole tournament. If he doesn't, it's a small pot. It's a very small pot. They'll just have to win the next one. Chances of him not winning this tournament are pretty slim now. It's hard to lose 6, 7, 8 all-ins in a row, so... But it can be done. I'd be lying if I said it couldn't. Flush draw for Gregory, as well as those pair outs also still being live. Bottom pair for Casper, not that it means much, he was ahead anyway. Brick on the turn, just got to fade the river. No King 7 or club, and this tournament goes to Casper. He looks happy about it. I would be too. King on the river. It ain't over yet. He knows. He knows it's all good. Ace King suited now, he's got him absolutely crushed. Let's go. Comebacks on. Casper needs to find a 6, otherwise the double is on. Oh, it's a 6 on the flop. Gut shot though, and still the king live for Gregory. She needs to fade the king on the 10. Gregory looking so disappointed, even though he's all in for like a minuscule amount of big blinds. Picks up the nut flush draw on the turn as well. Just constantly got a million outs. 10 on the river. Boom. 2 doubles. Let's go. Up to 10 million. 2.5 bigs. What are you going to do about it? Two big blinds. Nine six off for Casper, should be all in any 2 here. Looks at the king, slides it in. Open ender for Casper. King high still ahead. King on the turn. Gregory on track for the double. Could be up to 4 big blinds here if the river, if you can fade a 5 or a 10 on the river. Oh, it's a 5! He's done it. Casper has done it. Ships the Polish Poker Championships for 60,250 euros for a 100 euro buy-in. I think it's just letting it get to him now. Friends rush over. Love that. Very happy. Congratulations, Casper. Thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget about the giveaway, SpadePoker.tv. Chance to win 2 tournament tickets for the tournament this weekend at Banco Casino. Plus get some great deals on packages for the SSOP upcoming in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you for coming. See you next time.
No,
5 days.
5 days.
5 days.
5 days you were 17. 19. Oh. That's 18 years? Ta forma mentalna. Chodź, Oskar, chodź. Ładnie ci ustawią mechanika. Chodź po pieniądze. Chodź po pieniądze. Co tam pieniądze? No, odsuń na to. Ja wiem niemiecki. On spust po slovenský skôr. On je... Vieš, ale vieme povedať. No, vieš, čo to si chcela? Pekné formy.
Młody nawet się na pociąg wyrobiłeś.
Studenckie niedzielę się zrobię. Studenckie niedzielę. Lucky Agnieszka.
Yeah. Oh, that's sweet.
Chyba nie wierzyłem, a ja wierzę zawsze. Ja bym widziała tego
Kto to si ja najviac? 30. Agnieszka.
Stoi. Nie, to jest nie możesz korzystać.
A to jest legalny?
Yes. And surname. Nickname.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo. Już nie wiesz po polsku?
Nauczyła się. Ode mnie.
Ja pierdolę.
On nie wie, jak pojechać do Polski.
Tak, ja idę. Ja idę.
No to idziemy, od razu idziemy.
Cheers.